Mic check, 1 2. Mic check, 1 2. Are you happy? I was worried, Shapogum. Yeah. Are you happy? Mic check, 1 2. 1 2. Witness. Mic check, 1 2. Mic check, 1 2. Mic check, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Happy? Okay.
Good morning, everyone. We were slightly delayed this morning due to a medical emergency with accused number 3. Mr. Sivnarayan, before we start, what are the arrangements?
Thank you, my lord. I have consulted with accused number 3, and she's indicated that she'd prefer having medical attention immediately, my lord.
And you will remain in attendance.
My lord, in view of the fact that she's not involved in the trial within a trial, I don't see any issue. I will remain in attendance, my lord.
Okay.
Thank you, my lord.
You've explained the situation to the accused?
I have, my lord.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you, my lord.
I'm going to make a specific ruling insofar as it relates to accused number 3. I've been informed in chambers this morning that the accused needs medical attention. I'm therefore, with concurrence of the defense, going to rule that the proceedings today will proceed in the absence of accused number 3 for the following reasons. 1, the trial within a trial that we're busy with does not affect accused number 3. She's not involved in that. The Criminal Procedure Act makes provision for situations like this. Section 159, subsection 2 of the Act provides as follows. If 2 or more accused appear jointly at criminal proceedings and A, the court is at any time after the commencement of the proceedings satisfied upon application made to it by any accused in person or by his representative, sub 1, Roman 1, that the physical condition of that accused is such that he, the act reads he, but it should be he or she, is unable to attend the proceedings, or that it is undesirable that he should attend the proceedings, or the 2 relates to the death of a family member, etc. The court, I skip a portion of this section, if it is of the opinion that the proceedings cannot be postponed without undue prejudice, embarrassment or inconvenience to the prosecution or any co-accused or any witness in attendance, the court may authorize the absence of the accused concerned for a period determined by the court and on the conditions which the court may deem fit to impose, and direct that the proceedings be proceeded with in the absence of the accused concerned. The Act makes provision for further regulatory issues which we shall deal with in due course. Therefore, accused number 3 is excused. We've made arrangements that she will be attended to immediately insofar as it relates to her medical condition. Thank you. Ms. Smith, do you understand it? She nods. Thank you. So, E-Constable, yes, you may attend to her. Can the media just please show some restraint in not necessarily focusing your cameras on a person who is ill? I will pause so that Ms. Smith can be attended to, and thereafter we will proceed. Yes, thank you. Ms. Harriman, are you proceeding? Good. We just check the microphone. Here we go. Thank you. Now, I know that you're going to use the screen because of the light. It might be difficult to see. Maybe you might want to angle it slightly differently so that we don't have. You're going to cut the lights when we get there. Thank you. You may swear in the witness.
Please give your full names to the court.
Edward William Parker, my lord.
Do you have any objection to take the prescribed oath?
No, my lord.
Swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Please raise your right hand.
Yes, my lord.
And Mr.
I do. So help me God, my lord.
Thank you. The witness has been sworn in.
As accuses the court, my lord, this is witness number 3 on the witness list.
Yeah, did the witness choose to stand?
Yes, my lord, please.
Have you testified in my court before?
My lord, I don't know if I mentioned that you were my complainant before. I have not testified before you, but in the Pacha days you were my complainant, my lord.
But I might have cross-examined you in years gone past.
Not at all. Thank you, my lord.
No, but simply because the name is familiar, the face is familiar. I've seen you in the High Court in matters.
Yes, I'm currently the investigating officer in the Modak matter, my lord, before Honourable Judge Henny as well.
Which I've case managed at some stage.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Clark, correct, you currently hold the rank of colonel.
That's correct, my lord.
With which unit are you based?
I'm currently with the Provincial Serious and Violent Crimes Unit, Western Cape.
For how many years have you been in the service?
32 years, my lord.
Can you briefly tell us about your history in the police services?
My lord, currently I'm mandated to investigate multiple murders within the Western Cape, 3 victims and more, taxi-related violence, extortions, informal, formal businesses, business robberies, high-profile matters, all vehicle theft and vehicle hijackings in the Western Cape, as well as all stock-related crimes, my Lord.
We know that you were requested to attend to the taking of a confession in this matter. Before I get to that, can you tell the court, did you ever, or have you had any dealings with this matter in terms of its investigation, interviewing of witnesses, etc.?
No, my Lord.
Further correct that on the 5th of March, you were requested by Brigadier Hanana to assist in this matter?
That is correct, so, my Lord.
Please tell the court what happened.
My Lord, on the morning of the 5th of March 2024, I received a phone call from Brigadier Hanana requesting whether I could assist in taking down a confession of a person who wanted, obviously, to confess. Subsequently, I came to Saldanha on the morning of the 5th of March 2024. That was approximately between 4 and 5 in the morning. When I was contacted, I left at about 5 in the morning and arrived at approximately 7 o'clock in the morning, my Lord.
Proceed.
I just want to see, accused number 2 before court was then brought to our office where I was seated. This was at the offices of the FCS unit, Family, Child and Sexual Offences Unit in Saldanha. A videographer had been arranged at that stage, my Lord, to record the proceedings. The accused before court number 2 was then brought to the office, and the said confession form was then completed by myself. I started interviewing him. Yeah, and like I said, it was videographed, my Lord.
Very well. I'm going to place before you, my Lord, I intend for this to be handed in as exhibit.
Currently going to exhibit double H.
That's correct, my Lord. My Lord, we have double G. Yes, this will be double F.
We have double G, we're going to double H now. Then, as I have also skipped I, I'm going to skip double I because it can be confused with 11.
Indeed.
So we'll go to double J after that.
My Lord, before I present these to the Honourable Court, I just want to inform the Court that it will be the confession document. It's 3 sets. It's a notice of rights and it's the concluding affidavit of this witness in respect of what transpired during the confession.
Just before you hand it up, Ms. Nkabai, any objection to the handing in of the documents? No objection noted. If you can hand up the documents, I will mark them and decide how we're going to mark it,
As the Court pleases.
so that we keep the pack together.
Certainly.
So if you give me all 3 the documents, I will identify them for the record, mark it, and I will determine how we're going to deal with it.
As it pleases the Court.
So the first one is the customary form that we've also seen on Exhibit R. So that is the form that has different parts, and it's marked in page numbers up to page 26. So it's styled Confession to a Justice of the Peace. It's got serial numbers, etc. on it. It indicates Section 4, SAPS 14A form that was marked 21A, and has a note on pink bladsye voor in register. So it will be marked exhibit double H. The form related to, and that's pages 1 through to 26, which I will mark double H1. The reference will then be double H1, page 1, page 2, etc., up to page 26. The SAPS 14 capital A, the one that's referred to in the narrative on the form, will be marked double H small 2. Then the affidavit referred to that was A21 capital B in the docket. It consists of 3 pages, of which the last page is merely the commissioning. That will be marked double H3. Do you follow? Ms. Nkabai, do you follow my markings? Thank you. The reason for the manner in which I mark the exhibit is merely for ease of reference and for the reader of the record, if it needs to be read afterwards, to follow it through. Thank you.
My Lord, at this stage, I'm going to refer to the video. We have canvassed this with my learned friend for the defense, Ms. Mkabai, and this is the process we're going to follow. The witness will testify or be cross-examined after, or questions may be put after, but at this stage, we'll play the video first.
My Lord, sorry for my back.
Certainly, it's no problem. Apologies. Certainly.
Apologies, my Lord. Can I be seated next to
Certainly.
Kennedy?
You can sit next to Captain Lombard if you so wish, which is closer.
My Lord, if I may also ask for the witness, if he so wishes, to be seated in front. I'm going to sit down to allow my colleagues to see. Thank you.
The video is being played. We have admitted Exhibit 1, which was the CD. Is it a CD or what do they call it? DVD.
It's on a disc.
It's
Let's
on a
be
disc.
safe, it's on a disc.
So the disc for Exhibit R was marked Exhibit 1. This one will therefore be marked Exhibit 2, as it is a physical exhibit.
Thank you, my Lord, it's noted.
Thank you.
1950, die spijker van Nederland, 2024, ek is adjudant DJ Pieterse van die plaaslike kriminele representant Nederland, magsnommer 062-50-7825. Ek is hier by getuienis lewering van vermoeste kind. Die mas sal dan was 24 van 3/2024.
Misschien zo, ik zie nou die persoon, ik zal nou allemaal bekend stellen. Ik zie nou die persoon, mijn pas ik er al gezegd, of dat is in ieder geval. Ik ga even verschonen van nou, wat is van ik zie die persoon, ons is ook even goed, hè? Oké, nee, ja. Dat is in het afval voor mij. Oké, dat is het. Hoe je kan doen, oké, blijf dat.
person with a blue top.
Would the court like us to pause as we go along to
No.
note for the record?
No, you don't have to pause. I will just highlight certain issues, so if there are questions for Colonel Clark to clarify on things that are not described on the video.
As please.
Good.
Report so dat ook die naam is voor die persoon. Oké, dat is komende.
525.
Ik zal eens op dan naar rechten. Grootmeer wassen.
706. 23. Abonia. 7.
Rang.
Susu.
Voorlichters.
Even zijn
Ach, ik jij die, ik zie die, excuus. Dat gaat schillen ik weer zo. En hier is van waar? Slide de spelers. Oké, dat is dank je. Dat is wel natuurlijk. Zeker, die cameraman net gaan verzoeken. Als je net of mij rand, net met de vieze venster, daar is niemand buiten het venster die ik moet vinden. Ik kan niet meer zien dan. Want dat gebeurt als bij de hoofdkop. Je ziet die mensen buiten staan, ik zeg hier, waar ik praat. Dus je kan zien, de stuurglas is dat je ziet hier, zwart op de videograaf. Kijk, dit is de andere belt, het is geen andere venster, het is net ons drie. Oké? Dit kan ik voor jullie zien, je kan maar niet kast gesproken. Oké, die kast, was niemand daar niet. Niemand daar niet. Oké, dat is zo. Als hij dank je. En ons dan net gauw, dit komt dubbel zeker te maken. Voor koers, want hij mag een flux krijgen, sorry. Je moet hem makkelijk, hè. Zo, dan komt hier, zoals iemand komt aan het verliezen, die hoofd van het woord is, alsof je nog niet hoofd is, hè. Want dan heb ik het computer, sorry. Dan wil ik gewoon vanaf jou, voor ons beginnen. Dan doen we deze keer 14 aardbosjes, maar ik ben net van de rechter was. Hier is het Engels, aan die voorkant. Je ziet die spielbladen, dus je verschillende talen van die land. Hier zijn waar mensen beginnen, is die Afrikaanse talen. Zijn? Ja.
And I indicated on the face of H1 the note made by Colonel Clark saying pink bladsye voor in register, and we can see the pink pages on the video. Thank you.
Maar dit is een unieke nummer, dat zit ja iemand anders uitgereikt. Jouw naam? Zit je alweer?
Stefano.
Stefano, is het? Is welkom?
STE
En is dit 'n V of 'n F? Ook met 'n V. Dis reg ons Stefan, nee. Die jou tweede naam? Hoe is dit? Hoe speel dit? Ja. Dus jy speel ek so okay. Twee is dit die middel. En dan Dwayne is die van. Hoor dan. Die. Ja. Ja. En dan die van? Is dit van Rijn met dat gaan met de Waar sê man? Oké. Jo, is jy die naam? Wat moet dit roep naam?
Ja,
Happy. Ja, ons gaan terug na die voorstel toe. Dit sê, kennisgewing van regte ingevolge die grondwet, artikel 35 van wet, nommer 108 van 1996. Hier word vir die volgende rede aangehou. Ek gaan dit hierso skryf, terwyl ons sien aan die gang is. Ek het nou verkeerd nie dan ingesit, sorry man. Ek gaan hom kanselleer, my apologies vir daai. Ek sien nou die rede moet doen, sorry man. Sorry vir daai. Is jy reg, man? Ja. Zeker? Val je om het zo goed? Is jy reg? Oké. Precies. Sorry, ik kan het verkeerde Oké. Die wordt voor de volgende jaar uitgehouden. Ik heb gesteld om te zien, dat is voor de bekentenis. Je moet een story vertellen van mij. Met niet nou niet. Luister maar net eerst. Als een persoon dat aangehouden wordt, heeft hij die volgende rechten. 2a. Jullie recht om een rechtspraak te zijn van die keuze te raadplegen. Of indien je dit verkiest om de rechtsopdraad aanspraak te doen, die die staat van die diensten van een rechtspraak te voorzien wordt. Anderwoorde, je kan een lawyer krijgen zelf betalen, of je krijgt gratis lawyer. Kan je krijgen. Hierdie reg om die wettigheid van die aanhouding persoonlik voor die hof te betwis en om vrygelaat te word en sodanige aanhouding onwettig is. So anderwoorde, jy kan nie dat iemand op jy sit om die selwe verkeerde rede nie, dat sal 'n rede vir dit wees. As jy stry met die rede, kan jy voor die hof gaan sê. Sê hierdie reg om aangehou te word onder toestande wat in ooreenstemming is met menswaardigheid en inbegrip van minstens die voorsiening van staatskoste van toereikende akkommodasie, voedsel, leesstof en medische behandeling. Dus in kort beteken net, as jy daar by die selle lê, jy nie verwag om in 'n 5-ster hotel te, dit gaan nie 'n holiday wees nie, 'n holiday inn wees nie. Dit gaan net maar nou netjies dieselfde skoon wees, want dit moet kos gee. As daar hoe son is, kan dit dit gee. As jy op ander, en dan net terwyl ons hier is, ek sien jy het medikasie, ek sien jy kan nou ook met die jy uit, maar het jy pille gekry by die dokter? Jy het nog nie pille gebruik nie. Okay. Ek sal seker maak, as ons klaar is, dat jy die kos kry, en dan loop hulle op daai vat. Jy gaan nou later kom sien, kom, die pille daar is so, jy is voorsien van pille. Ok, die reg, om die geleende gegund te word, om in verbinding te tree en besoek te word, en vader of lewensmaat, naasbestaandes, godsdienstberader en 'n mediese praktisyn vir die keuse. 3. As 'n persoon wat weens 'n beweerde oortreding gearresteer is, het die volgende regte. Jy die reg om te swyg, om te stil te bly, en enigiets wat jy sê,
proceed.
Kan aangeteken word of opgeneem word en as getuienis teen die hof gebruik word. Jy is nie verplig om 'n bekentenis of 'n erkenning te doen wat as getuienis teen nie gebruik mag word nie. Hier die reg om so gou as redelike bewys moontlik is voor 'n hof gebring te word, maar nie langer as 48 uur na die arrestasie of die einde van die eerste hofdag na die verstryking van die 48 uur. Indien die 48 uur buite normale hofure op 'n dag wat meer normale hofdag is nie verstryk, met ander woorde, ons sê nie ewig aan. Ek sê maar ons as die polisie, jy moet hof toe gaan, jy was jou voorheen gearresteer. Ek het nie sê wat nie, maar jy het al deur die proses gegaan. Maar jy weet jy moet by die hof kom en dit moet binne 48 uur wees. Kan jy staan? En dan die reg om by die eerste hofverskyning na die arrestasie verwittig te word van die rede vir die voortsetting van die aanhouding of om vrygelaat te word. So hierna, ek het die prosesie, weet ek om jy is nie, maar as jy gaan, en wanneer jy gaan, jy kom maar by die hof en die hof en jy sê, meneer, die groot naam van jou, kan hulle sê, die klagte van winkeldiefstal, of die klagte van 'n kar gesteel, of enigiets, dan gaan hulle voor die hof en jy sê, dan, jy sal nie daar nie vir niks. Ja, so jy het al, maar ek hou dit nie teen nie, so, jy moet nie verder daaroor praat nie. Dan die reg om behoudens, redelike voorwaardes, uit aanhouding vrygelaat te word indien die belang van geregtigheid dit toelaat. So in ander woorde, as jy hof wil uit, ons moet 'n prima facie sorg. As jy hof voel, dat is 'n saak nie, dis nie 'n bomsaak nie. Dan kan jy jou verder aanhou die spelike aansoek doen dat jy verborg gaan aansoek doen en daai tipe goed. 4, jy kan enige van die bogemelde regte in enige stadium van die aanhouding uitoefen. Verstaan jy? Verstaan? Nou? Verstaan jy? Ja. Ok, so jy verstaan wat ek nou vir jou gelees het, ne? Ek kan dit wel hierdie mooi naam doen en dit doorskryf. Jo, toen, waar ek nog kan doen, man, toen maar zooi. Voor mij. Goed. Van Rijn. Grappie, nee? Oké. Vakantie te lees, hier, oké, die verandert zie je omhoog. Oké, hierso, ja, dis ek op my foto, dis 'n polisiefoto. Ek hou nie die foon, niemand gaan met my praat op die foon, ek draai hom sommer om. Dis net om nou aan die tyd op te hou en te kyk. As ek gevra word, ek weet nie so dit lag is nie. 5 man, ek weet, dit is daar. Dat is gewoon niet te maken aan die bank. Je gelooft een policeman, hè? Dus ik zie als iemand van die buiten, nee, het is niet politie. Ik zoek niet van die plek, ik kom van die kaart af. Oké? So je ziet voorstellen van dat doen, die 15, hè? Kijk, hoe laat is het nu? 10:28, hè? Je moet toch even zien. Dat zie je best wel dan, hè? Het jy al so 'n vorm gekry by die man? Wat van die regte was nie? Dit is so baie hier, dat ek nie vergeet. Ja, dan is so baie. Het jy hom by jou? Ja, super. En wat is dat ons hier? Ja, so. Kom ons kyk of so dan hou, dan kan ek hom net dokumenteer hierso. Sê jy net vir my asseblief. Daar se teken dat jy dit reg verstaan. Dan net vir die rekord doeleindes. Daar is 'n 14A uitgereik. Ek kan nie die polisie se aantekening uitmaak nie. En dis jou aantekening daai nie. Okay. Dit kom so. Okay, ek kan eintlik net nog sê nommer. Is 3664333 reeds uitgereik.
where I can see it's written on. I can see it on the video and I can see it on the document. Yes, thank you.
Dat ek weet, hulle die sojourne, van hierdie keer op my nek. Hulle het my op die video op. Dat ek net, ek wil, die register is 'n belangrike register. En elke keer kry ek jou dinges uit wat jy nie trek het. Daar's ook oor die polisiestasie wat nie kan kry omdat ek nie register het. Ek wil is hier iemand. Hallo? Sorry. Ik ben zelf nog omdat we gaan om net van de boek komen. Ik heb het gezegd. Sorry, maar heeft het voor jou? Stel je dan zo. Dank je maar. Je kunt nog zien dat we niet dat we oké. Zo zit daar in. Zo van daar. Ik denk voor een soort van. En zij heeft die uit, die wat ze terug zie in die derde, wat die 5 van die derde maand. Dus vandaag, was ik vandaag bij de dokter, voor je net gekomen, oké? Die dokter, ja, ik weet niet waar je moet, maar kom eens kijken of dat ik maak. Dus Stefan van Rijn, heeft niet surgery years ago, so die heeft knieoperatie gehad. Wat het gebeur is om af te raken. Okay. And patient alleged he fell from a bakkie op die 4de van die 2de 2024 in de afternoon. Bevestig je dat? Gister, so dis nie die 2de, dis die 3de. En dan is hier 'n klomp. Dis 'n swelsel hier beskryf. Left knee, old cervical scar. Jy wil bevestig jy? Ja. En dan is daar iets van soft tissue left knee. Alles oor jou linkerknie. En dan die regte knie ook 'n injury lyk dit my. Maar ek glo jy. Jy op die kamera was ek kan nie lyk dit. Maar dan jy kan nie so is 'n plek wat ons gaan bespreek. Ek jy net net vir my mooier term net vir my sê. Ja, hierso sien ek ook op die knie en dan hierso op die arms. Ja. Is dit in die bakkie se geval? Is dit 'n polisiebakkie, 'n gewone bakkie of 'n gewone bakkie? So dit sê die polisie. Okay. Dus ek gelukkig met dit. Dan gaan so oor hiernatoe. Wat se beskikte sal dan? Vreemde. Dit is die 5de hè? Van Maart. Hier sê dit 2020 is veel oorgeprint gedaan. En dan die tyd. Is jy reg? Is jy reg? Is jy moeg of is jy? Ek is reg. Is jy seker ook? Dis maar net so dat jy kom gaan. Okay. Okay, ek is van die provinsiale ernstige geweldsmisdaad in die Weskaap. Ek is so werk nie hierso by julle nie. Okay, dan jy vir my net. Daar, teken asseblief. Sien daarso. En dan net vir my hier parafeer, en dan net die initials. En dan net die initials daar. Je weet dat moet je aan tekenen zijn. Bijvoorbeeld is gassen. Je hebt mijn ID gezien als je gelukkig moet bent. Sorry, niet van Rijn. Stefan. Doen maar sorry. Ik kan het niet zeggen dat je dan wat je wat is hoor? Zeker weer? Arends, wat zijn de nummers doen? Waar is dit?
So dan had jy
Jy sê Dias?
Dis wel.
Dias baie.
Dias wel.
So Dias. Is dit iemand sal dan? Ken jy eie nommer? Okay.
Ja, dat is heel wat.
Ja.
Nee, dat wil je.
Ja.
Dat wil ik.
Ja.
Dat wil ik. Nee, dat wil ik.
Ja, dis. Gooi nie. Dino. Wat se taal praat jy se reël?
Afrikaans.
Ken jy nog ander tale praat?
Engels.
So. Wat is standaard op skool? Standaard 5. Is daar een hele kopie klaar gemaakt? Ik vraag me dit. Ik kan een persoon eigenlijk meer daar teken, maar soms ook die blije. Die is niet blij. Oké, ik heb hier gedocumenteerd dat waar een baan theorie in te brengen. Kan je net van mij verhaal parafeer? Dan zei ik G geschreven, is niet J. Daar so nee, onder nog nie daai, net daar, as ek. Nee, dit dan teken nog in die show. Daar is. Ons kan die fotograaf, kan jy vir u videograaf het lasnommer?
062
Ja.
50
Ja.
78
Ja.
Adjournment officer PJ Petersen, Bravo Juliet Petersen.
Bravo.
Juliet Petersen.
Petersen van waar is u?
Van PKS Vredenburg.
Oké, dit is een mooie lijst, hè? Die doel van haar sy, die bande, sy teenwoordigheid, namelijk dat alles wat gesê en of gedoen word tijdens hierdie onderhoud op video opgeneem word. Oké, so om enige moeilike toekomstige dispuut oor vandag se gebeure uit te skakel. En hy gaan nie na ETV toe of SABC of iets soos daai nie. Dit gaan in die hof gespeel word, soos ons nou hier praat, nee. En dan, jy gaan nou beweer maak dat dit ook klaar. Jy kan goed hier sê en dan sê ek het so gesê. Maar as jy video dan om my te beskerm, nie vir jou, meer van jou te staan. Ok, so die beambte, hy sal daar staan, jy het probleem om wat dit is. Ok, jy sê happy met die video. Ok, so, ons gaan nie op die TV sê. Ok, dan hier is my daar so teken. En dan vraag het natuurlijk, verstaan jy wat ek nou nie verduidelik heb? Oké, dan ek die hele kwestie vraag. Stefane, jy moet net omdat ek op video is net maar nie duidelik praat nie. En ek daar die hof ook kan hoor. Dis nie nou die hof, nie waar nie, dit is hoor, wanneer ewer hulle. Ok, deel B is, indien jy jeugdig is, jy sê nie jeugdig nie. Jy sê juvenile. Stefane, wat weet my?
Ja.
Ok. Ek gaan beloof, soos klaar is, hierso gaan ek vir jou kos organise nie. Jy kan ongelukkig nou nie pille drink voor jy die kos in, ok? En dan as jy die pille gedrink het, dan is ek nie bang nie, gaan die nommerig maak word, ok? Ok, sê weer? Ok, nee, dis reg dan. Ek kyk op my in, dit is nie een jeugdige nie. Ok, die nog is nou daar. Ja, sê. Is dit gemakkelijk? Oké. Interpreter, ons het nie, dat het nie tolknodig nie. Ons kan om dood, nie van toepassing. Jy dink nie daar teken as jy nie. Oké, dit is belangrijk, die net van my luister nou nie. Ek is 'n kolonel in die polisie. In ander woorde, die vorm sê ek is 'n vrederegter en mag 'n verklaring van jou neem. In ander woorde, ek range wat hier is. Die ander range is ons hier. Die range wat hier is, maak my dieselfde as wat ek 'n landros is. Ek het dieselfde magte as 'n landros. Ok, so dis asof jy nou moet 'n landros in die hof praat. Ok? Ek mag ook later getuienis in die hof aflê met betrekking tot wat jy vir my sê of nie vir my sê. En die verklaring sal aflê, dit neergeskryf word en later is getuienis in die hof teen die gebruik kan word. So 'n verklaring sal dieselfde gewig dra as 'n verklaring in 'n landros, verstaan jy? Verstaan jy? Jy het nou hardop dat die video net gehoor, nie?
Ja, meneer.
Ek het niks te doen met die ondersoek van hierdie saak nie. Jy moet nie vir my vrees nie, jy moet nie bang wees vir my nie, en jy kan my in jou vertroue neem. Jy is nie verplig om enige verklaring hoegenaamd af te lê nie. Jy het 'n grondwetlike reg om stil te bly met ander te swyg, as ook 'n grondwetlike reg om nie verplig te word om 'n bekentenis of erkenning te maak wat as getuienisstudie gebruik kan word nie. Verstaan jy dit? Ja, jy gaan net oor na die volgende bladsy toe, maar sê net vir my daar kan teken asseblief. Wil u beroep op hierdie grondwetlike regte en swyg, of wil jy praat, of wil jy 'n storie vertel? Sê hoe jy? Ok. Wil jy stil bly met jou reg of jou grondwetlike regte uitvoer, of wil jy aangaan met die prosedure of verklaring gee?
Ja,
Hierdie reg om eers met 'n regsverteenwoordiger te praat, met 'n lawyer. Die regsverteenwoordiger kan die adviseer om nie 'n verklaring te maak of al dan nie. Indien nie meer regsverteenwoordiger kan kos, kan die by die regsoperaat aansoek doen vir regsel. In ander woorde, daar is free legal, of free legal uit. So, wil jy 'n lawyer hê? Ok, waar wil jy 'n lawyer hê? Selfs hoor, maar hier by die hof, waar wil jy 'n lawyer hê? Wil jy eers met 'n regsverteenwoordiger konsulteer, wil jy eers met 'n lawyer praat? Of wil ons aangaan? Kijk, hier is nog waar, die documenteer met de aantekening gezet. Precies van nou. Uit die voorafgaande gesprek, met ander woord, wat ons nou die hele tyd oor praat, en antwoord is, ek oortuig dat die verklaar ooreenstykend, nugter en by haar volle positiewe is. So jy is al, jy het gesê, jy is net op, jy is honger. Ok, ek het jou iets op. Ons is hier persoon. Jy het gesê, die pille oor 2 hier drink, nie? Ok, ek gaan die kostgalik nou vir jou uitsort. Is jy nog makkelijk om aan te gaan? Let my. Zeg maar weer. Die eindelijk hier. Oké, dat van ons. Goed kan.
Thank you. I think we can switch on the lights again, if it's possible. That's the end of the video, it seems. It'll be exhibit 2. I've noticed that the rest of the pages were not completed, so I'm sure the witness will now explain. Thank you. You can stay there, Ms. Nkabai, if you want to, for now, unless you want to move back to your own house.
Thank you, my lord. I intended to ask our interpreter to interpret for the defense what was said in the video.
Let's wait for the witness, because he might repeat some of these issues now. What he did was actually just went through the form, and the form has both English and Afrikaans up to page 8. Let's cross that bridge in a moment. Let's first hear the evidence
As
first.
the court pleases, my lord.
Thank you. Because I suspect there'll be an explanation of some of these issues in the oral evidence. Thank you. Can I have the exhibit, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
My lord, if I may, we noted that the way that this is saved is actually incorrect. The file name is reflected as pointing out. It is in fact confession. So when you open the file, that's how it's saved, and that's not correct. It's saved as pointing out. It was meant to be confession, but it's described properly on that, on the cover and the disc itself.
I didn't follow.
Pardon?
I didn't follow your
Yes,
explanation.
my lord, once you insert the disc, a file will pop up. It's the only file, but it's actually saved incorrectly. It's saved as pointing out. It's supposed to have said confession, but the disc and the cover itself is correctly described as the confession, and that's the one we handed to you.
But the only information on this disc is in fact what we saw here.
Indeed, that is correct, my lord.
That's fine.
Please. Thank you, my lord. Colonel Clark, the document that is before you, do you confirm those notice of rights was in fact the one that you had explained to accused number 2, and that was the confession document that you completed?
Indeed, so, my lord.
When you reached that point that's at now paragraph, it's page 8, what happened thereafter?
My lord, I handed the accused back to the person that brought him to the office, if I recall, Sergeant Engelbrecht, and then said that they need to give him medical treatment and food, and he must go rest, my lord.
My lord, the court will recall yesterday it was in fact Sergeant Engelbrecht that had entered the box and we excused him, yes. And was that the end of your involvement in this matter, Colonel?
That is indeed so, my lord.
But later on you were approached by the investigating officer to file a statement regarding what had transpired here and that the confession had not proceeded.
Yes, my lord.
So the only issues that was all the questions and the process explained to the accused is contained in the form, and it's in both languages, English and Afrikaans.
Correct, sir, my
The
lord.
form itself is bilingual. It's only the answers where that was mostly ja, meneer, and that would be translated as yes, sir.
As far as I could, I did it verbatim, my lord.
And where the answers in Afrikaans is ja, aangaan, yes, we may proceed, and he will get an attorney at court.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. In your observation of Mr. Van Rijn, accused number 2, whilst he was in your company, did you observe any injuries on him? What were your observations of him in general?
My lord, I went according to the J88 that was handed to me with regard to the injuries on the knee and the elbows, I think it was, yeah. And like I specifically asked him, was it police? Of course, I'm used to this procedure where they say it's police assault, alleged police assault, and he denied. He said it was a private party. I again asked him, is it the police? He said no. So I was satisfied with that, my lord.
Had you noted any injuries, you would have recorded it on the form?
If you go down the form, further down the form, it makes provision for that, my lord. I stopped the proceeding, so it wasn't noted as such, my lord. But it is on the video.
Your observations of him generally, how did he appear to you?
I can't hear you
Oh, I'm
because you were
sorry.
speaking away from the microphone.
I'm sorry, my lord, is that better?
Yes, certainly.
Colonel Clark, your general observations of him, other than injuries, what were your observations?
The person appeared normal to me, my lord. From time to time, like you would see on the video, I did ask him whether he was tired or not, and then he confirmed we can continue. He was not tired, and only later on he said, no, he's tired, and I just decided to stop, my lord. Because sometimes, I've taken many confessions, the demeanor of persons vary from person to person. Some have droopy eyes, some don't, some is lively, some is quiet. So that's why I continued up to that point where I felt, no. He indicated that he's tired and he needs his pulse, my lord.
Can I just quickly sort
Certainly,
this
my lord.
issue out? Mr. Sivnarayan, your client will be transported away from the facility here for medical attention. I intend authorizing a further warrant so that she be brought back here tomorrow. I will postpone the matter in her absence. Do you have any issues with it? So I'm still providing for the place of detention as SAPS Langebaan, but it will be subject to what the doctors decide, whether she remain in hospital or be taken back there. But I'm merely authorizing the warrant. Thank you.
As it pleases the court, my lord, I have no further questions for the witness.
Thank you. Just before we return to the cross-examination, you had the J88. I know the form makes provision further on the part you didn't get to, where you would have gone into injuries, etc.
That's correct, my lord.
Why did you feel it was necessary to rather terminate the engagement?
Of course, the person indicated that he was hungry and that he had to use pills on that. And then I just thought, no, I'm not going to go further with this, my lord. So, medical condition, my lord.
Yes, thank you. Ms. Nkabai.
Thank you, my lord. Good morning, Colonel.
Good morning, my lord.
Colonel, before you, it's Ms. Mkabai from Kabai Attorneys and is representing Mr. Van Rijn in this matter.
Pleasant to meet you, my lord.
You received a call from Brigadier Hanana calling you to come to Sibola offices to assist him
That's correct, my lord.
or the investigating team to take a confession
Correct.
from someone.
Correct, sir, my lord.
Just one moment. You put the question that he was requested to come to see. He was requested to come here, but he went to FCS. Let me just clarify that. What was the message? Where did you have to report?
The FCS unit, but that is located at the Sea Border building, close to the Sea Border building, my lord.
Thank you.
Did Colonel, when he was calling you, did he tell you that this person you have to take a confession from was interviewed, as they put it, was interviewed the whole night until about 2 a.m. in the morning?
No, my lord.
He didn't tell you this,
No, my lord.
and you're not aware of this.
No, my lord.
Testify that you arrived at Sea Border offices at 7 a.m. in the
Correct.
morning of the 5th of March 2024.
Good exam, my lord.
When did you start taking confession for my client?
I say it's at 10:33, my lord.
What were you doing between 7 and 10:32?
I was seated there by the office waiting because I was informed that the person had to be taken to the district surgeon, my lord.
Were you told why he was taken to the district surgeon?
Come again, my lord?
Were you told the reasons why he was taken to the district surgeon?
That's procedure, my lord. Before you take a confession, you take a person for medical examination, my lord.
In this case, Colonel, I'll put to you. My client was never taken to the district surgeon for that purpose. He was taken to the district surgeon for the following purpose. He was tortured from about 3 p.m. on the 4th of March 2024 until about 2 a.m. in the morning of the 5th of March 2024. Can you dispute this?
My lord, just give me a moment. Okay, on page 6 of 26, it makes provision for the person to take me into his trust, tell me anything that could have happened to him. That was not stated to me at that time, my lord. And then once again, further down in the confession, I just want to see where it is. Okay, page 9, 10, 11, 12, especially page 12. Have you been threatened with violence, otherwise should you... I didn't even get there, my lord. I didn't get to that question. So the form makes provision for that, my lord, which I obviously subsequently did not complete because I stopped the confession, my lord. But it was never brought to my attention, not even on the video, my lord.
Now that I'm bringing you to attention, can you dispute it?
I cannot comment on something I did not experience. I wasn't part of the investigation or this trial, my lord, until now.
I've watched the video. The video doesn't show, before my client is seated down, doesn't show him walking until that point. We didn't see that part.
Noted, my lord.
My client instructs me that he was struggling to walk. He was struggling to walk due to the following facts or factors. He was in pains because during the torture, his private parts were pinched, number 1. 2, he was beaten on his knees. 3, he was beaten on top of his feet. 4, he was handcuffed on his ankles.
I cannot comment on that, my lord. Once again, the form makes provision. I just want to go to the relevant page, where I also inform in page 14 of 26, which is also an empty page, the person would have been informed that he can liaise with the Office of IPID, Independent Police Directorate, to open a case. I didn't get that far, my lord. My observations was not as such. I would have expected the person who had been threatened, assaulted, etc., stating that to me accordingly, my lord. I didn't get to that, my lord, and once again, you saw me. I wasn't in a violent mood towards him. I expected him to take me into his trust, so nothing like that was stated to me, my lord. But the form would have provided for it, to cover it, my lord.
Did you get an opportunity to watch him? To watch him walking towards your office?
Yes, my lord.
He was seated down?
That's correct, my lord.
How he was walking?
Normal to me, my lord.
How can one walk normally while being handcuffed?
While
While
I just
his
wanted
ankles.
the handcuffs is around the hands, not the legs.
While his
It
ankles.
what? Okay, maybe I must just clear. The handcuffs I refer to as handcuffs. not foot cuffs. So he wasn't in shackles. So it wasn't as if he was walking with shackles, my lord.
But when I was watching the video, Kenneth, I could hear Shakespeare's noise on his ankles.
No, my lord. I strongly dispute that.
Where Sergeant Engelbrecht was at the chair. Initially, I could only see the blue dot. There was a noise. I don't know what it was. Ms. Nkabai indicate that she heard shackles.
Can I ask something, my lord? I see these visible policing members here. Do any of you have handcuffs?
You want to illustrate something? Here's the warrant officer.
So the effect of it,
Set of handcuffs.
the effect of it might have been, I don't know. That should be the sound that's on the video, my lord. So it's got like rigets. It goes through and it makes that noise. And when you release it, the same sound, my lord.
The witness took a set of handcuffs from the court orderly, illustrated that it makes the sound when you close the cuffs or open it. Thank
With
you.
the leave of the court, can the video be replayed?
Yes, my lord.
I want to hear that noise again.
Yes. Manning the exhibit back to the prosecutors. It's right at the beginning where Sergeant Petersen is bending over at the accused. Maybe whilst the prosecutor is setting up the video, could you see any handcuffs or feet restraint, leg restraints on Mr. Van Rijn?
I recall handcuffs, my lord.
You recall handcuffs?
So die infectie, die 50 van die derde maand 2024, ek is adjudant BJ Petersen van die plaaslike kriminele representatie Klerenburg, magsnommer 062-50-7825. Ek is hier by bekentenis lewering van 'n vermiste kind. Die mas sal dan was 24 van 3/2024.
Excuse me, ek sien nou die persoon, ek sal nou allemaal bekend stel. Ek sien dat die persoon het handcuffs, het julle al gesê, of so nie gaan, ek gaan net nog verskoon, ek gaan nou, alles wat gaan ek sien nie.
Can you maybe just explain what you said on the video?
I see the person had handcuffs, can they please remove it, my lord? If foot shackles were there, I would have asked that as well, my lord.
So can you just pause there? I could hear the witness saying in Afrikaans to the videographer that he could see the person in handcuffs. Could he please remove it? Or to somebody, but the videographer was speaking, Warrant Officer Petersen, when the witness. So do you have any questions on that point before we play
Thank you, my
further?
lord. The video was stopped before I could hear that noise. In
Okay,
that part,
okay.
we
Just
can
one
see-
moment, Mr. Kabai. I asked for it to be stopped because I first wanted to clarify the comment made. Do you want us to play it through before you ask the next question?
With due respect, my lord, there is a part in the video.
Now we're getting there. I first wanted to clarify on what he said because it was said in Afrikaans. I wanted to put that on record. That's why I'm asking, do you have anything about the comment that he made before we start replaying the video?
No, my lord, I don't. Thank you.
All right. So can you take it slightly back so that we have a continuum? Right, okay.
24.
Ekskuus tog, ek sê dat die persoon, ek sal nou moet ook iets stel. Ek sê dat die persoon het my eindklas het julle al gesê, of dat is net al, ek gaan net wat verskoon, ek gaan nou alles wat gaan, ek sê die persoon het nie. Ons is op rekord, hè?
Ja.
Ok, hou net daar. Dat is net afval, hè? Ok, dit is het. Hoe die kamer, ok, daar.
We can tell Mr. by when we can stop.
Yes, I can see, my lord.
Thank
can
you.
stop.
Pause.
I can see, my lord. I can see that the bending, although I cannot see it clearly, but I could see some.
Can I just clarify?
Yes, my lord.
What I heard the witness say was he can see the person has handcuffs and requested for it to be removed. He then asked whether somebody has a key. Then the Sergeant Engelbrecht comes in. It sounds like the dangling of keys. Then you can hear the sound, and the witness illustrated closing the handcuffs after opening it. So there could have been confusion that where the keys were dangling, that could have been a chain. But it was clear he was asking for the key. Peterson comes in, bends over, you hear the keys, and then you hear that sound that would have been a chain, but it was clear he was fiddling with the key, opening it up, and then closing the handcuffs afterwards. Does that clarify it, Mrs. Sinkabai?
Thank you, my lord, because when I heard that noise, I thought that noise is the noise from the entrance of my client, from the shackles. I could hear it clearly now. It's the noise
It's clear
of the
now.
keys. Yes, it's clear now, my lord. Thank you.
Leave the exhibit in case we need to go back there. Thank you.
Colonel,
My lord,
what is your level of education?
come again.
Your level of education.
I have a master's degree at Stellenbosch University in Public Management. Highest qualification, my lord.
And you are African speaking.
Afrikaans, English, but I did the name for you, my lord.
Do you have at your disposal exhibit WH1 in front of you? Exhibit WH1.
Is that the actual confession form? Oh,
Yes, Colonel.
yes, my lord, I do.
Can we go to page 2?
Page?
Page 2,
Yes, my lord.
where you've noted my client's highest qualification.
Yes, my lord.
It's written there as standard 5.
That's correct, my lord.
Did you ask him whether he passed standard 5 or he dropped off from standard 5?
My lord, in the video, I specifically asked him, is there a reason why you didn't finish standard 5? I cannot recall if he did respond on that, but I documented as such, my lord. So whether it was XO school, standard 4, standard 5. Whether he completed, that was his response, my lord.
Can you go to page 3?
Indeed, sir, my lord. Yes, my lord. Excuse me.
Before the question, there is an explanation above. Then you asked him, do you understand what I have just explained to you? And his answer was, yeah, ma'am.
Is that on page 3 at the bottom? Yes, my lord.
Did you believe that he indeed believed what you explained to him?
He immediately answered. He answered fluently, my lord. So yes, I did, my lord.
I'm asking you this question, Colonel, in relation to his appearance on the video. His face is not clear from the video, but you could see that he looked of the following. He looked sad.
He looked?
Sad. On the
Sad.
side,
Oh.
sad. Doesn't look happy. He looks tired. He looks exhausted. This is what I'm noticing from his face on the video that has been played before this call. Now my question is, did you notice this when you were interacting with him?
My lord, like previously stated, I've taken multiple confessions. People have different demeanors. Some seem tired. Like I said, I think I used the word droopy. So at the stage in the form, it gives you provision for all of that. He looked normal to my lord. That's why I proceeded until the point where I ended, my lord.
Other than your experiences with other confessions, can you dispute what I'm putting to you? That my client is looking sad, is not looking happy, is looking tired, is looking exhausted, is looking misplaced. Can you dispute this? Misplaced. Misplaced.
Misplaced.
Misplaced. My lord, I remain with the reason why I stopped this confession was due to the fact that he said he's hungry and he had to use tablets. No, at no stage did he indicate to me that he was tired whatsoever, my lord.
Before we go there, Kenneth,
Yes, my lord.
I'm asking you this. When he first came to your office, before you reached that paragraph, he's in front of you. I'm putting to you that when I'm watching this video, I depicted the following. I'm seeing someone who's sad. I'm seeing someone who's tired, exhausted, not happy, misplaced. My question to you, would you dispute that my client was not happy?
My lord, I cannot state that. You would follow through the video. I asked him 2-3 times, are you all right? And he said, yes, you can continue, my lord. I cannot read emotion into a person, my lord. So I cannot tell you whether he was sad, tired or not. I asked him, I think, on 3 occasions, my lord. And he said he wanted to continue, he's fine.
In your observation, did he look happy?
My lord, at that stage, I don't know what he's accused for. So you're making a confession here. I don't think you're going to be full of smiles when you make a confession. I can't really answer that.
Kenan, let's go to page 6 of Exhibit WH1.
Yes, my lord.
First paragraph. When you were explaining to him that you are a justice of peace.
Yes, my lord.
You asked him, do you understand what I just explained to you? Then his answer was, yeah, man, yeah, man, yeah.
Correct, sir, my lord.
Did you believe then that a standard 5 drop out people could understand what a justice of peace is?
I specifically, if you recall, going back to the video, my lord, said one of two things. I've got the same powers than a magistrate. Secondly, I told him, was jy al voor, have you been in court procedures before? And he said, yes, he knows how it works. So I believe that he understood it, my lord.
Are there justice of peace in court?
I'm sorry?
Are there justice of peace in court?
My lord, the explanation of justice of peace is to explain my rank. And it is unfortunately like that. Unfortunately, and I don't want the court to take any disrespect, but I always tell people, me as a police officer, I actually have more powers than a magistrate, because I can do a confession throughout the country where a magistrate can only take it in his district. So to explain to him, I told him I'm a police officer with the ranks at the top, and a non-commissioned officer is here. So I explained that to him, my lord. So I believed him when he said, ja, meneer.
I want us to be realistic here. You are highly educated, to my client. Highly educated. You've got masters. You are dealing with an unsophisticated standard 5 drop up. My question is to you. Did you believe when he was giving you the answer, yeah, meneer, did you believe that indeed he understood what a justice of peace is?
My lord, I'm going to repeat myself, and then I'm going to end by saying,
Mr. Clark, just a moment. The question has been asked and the question has been answered. What remains on that point is for argument.
Thank you, my lord. Now let's go to where you were explaining his rights to him. It is the second page, same page, Hannah, but it is the second paragraph.
yes, my lord.
You explained his rights to him. Then you asked him whether he understood what you were saying. Then he said, yeah, meneer.
Yes, my lord.
The following question was, do you want to exercise any of these constitutional rights and remain silent? Now the answer there is confusing, because he's saying, yeah, and then comma, Anhan meneer, yes. I want to exercise the above rights. What were those rights? One of them is to remain silent. Yeah, yes, comma, continue meneer. Can you explain to me this answer?
That was his response, verbatim. I wrote it down like that, my lord. He wanted to continue. It's the demeanor and the way he speaks.
What did you understand about the first part of his answer? Yeah.
I noted it as such, my lord. Ja, wil aangaan. I can't change his words, my lord. I'll put words in his mouth.
Can I?
Yes, my lord.
I understand what you've noted. I don't have a problem with what you've noted. Not at all. The problem I'm having is understanding his answer. First, the question to this answer was...
Can we just go to the place on the video, please?
This is
Can you fast forward to that place where the rights are explained and where the question is posed? It's much further on. You see, still with the forms. He's still with the SAP 14As. It's much further on. Still with the 14As, much further on. Can you stop there? Can you play now? Let's see where we are. Okay, that's now. The 14As are done. He's giving the book to somebody outside to take back to wherever it comes from. You can see where he's now about page 3. Yeah, you can play from there. So that we have
Op die 4de van die 2de 2024, die afgelopen. Bevestig je dat? Gister, dis nie die 2de, dis die 3de. En dan is hier 'n klomp. Dis een swelsel hier beskryf. Left knee.
report. He's now dealing with the doctor's report, so you can fast forward more. It's closer to the end of the recording. Right. Play it there.
362
Ja,
50
ja,
78-5.
ja.
Adjournment was hier PJ Petersen, Bravo Juliet Petersen.
Bravo.
Now on page 3. All right.
Oké, niet zo belangrijk, voor mij luister naar mij. Ik is kolonel in de politie. In andere woorden, die vorm sê ek is 'n vrederegter, dit mag 'n verklaring van jou neem. Maar
Just need to play from there.
die ander rang is ons hier. Die rang wat hier is, maak my dieselfde as wat ek 'n landros is. Ek het dieselfde magte as 'n landros. Oké, so dis asof jy nou moet 'n landros in die hof vra. Oké? Ek mag ook later getuienis in die hof aflê met betrekking tot wat jy vir my sê of jy vir my sê. En die verklaring sal aflê, dit neergeskryf word en later as getuienis in die hof nie gebruik kan word. So 'n verklaring sal dieselfde gewig dra as 'n verklaring aan 'n landros. Verstaan jy? Verstaan jy? Julle vra hardop dat die net kan hoor, né? Ja, meneer. Ek het niks te doen met die ondersoek van hierdie saak nie. Jy moet nie vir my vrees nie, jy moet nie bang wees vir my nie, en jy kan my nie jou vertroue neem. Jy is nie verplig om enige verklaring hoegenaamd af te lê nie. Jy het 'n grondwetlike reg om stil te bly, met ander woorde te swyg. Daar is ook 'n grondwetlike reg om nie verplig te word om 'n bekentenis of erkenning te maak wat as getuienis nie gebruik kan word nie. Verstaan jy dit? Ja, jy gaan net word in die volgende bladsy, maar jy net my
So that's the answer noted on the top of page 7 that we've just had. Now we're going to the question that Mr. Kabai wants to ask about. Just, all right, play that.
kan teken asseblief. Wil u beroep op hierdie grondregte en swyg of wil jy praat of wil jy 'n storie vertel? Sê weer. Oké. Wil jy stil bly en jou reg of jou grondwetlike regte uitvoer of wil jy aangaan met die prosedure van verklaring op jou? Ja, So, my lord, in the context of the sentences you read it there, and the video seems to differ. He acknowledges on a question that I asked him, my lord.
You, on the video, in the explanation of that question, it was put differently as on the form.
Correct, so, my lord.
Because you ask him whether he wants to exercise the rights or whether he wants to proceed.
And then he said, ja, meneer. Ag, wil aangaan.
Then he says, yeah, Lord, yes, I want to proceed. Thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
Colonel,
My Lord,
can you explain to me what did my client mean when he said to you, yeah, comma, and Hanman? Or what is your understanding of this answer? Let me put it that way.
Is that not a question for the court to determine on the evidence? This witness is going to give an opinion as to what the accused meant. Is he qualified to opine on the answer? Or is that a question the court needs to answer?
Thank you, my lord. I've just said to Colonel, let me rephrase my question.
Please.
What is your understanding of my client's answer on page 7? When on page 7, paragraph 1, when he said, yeah, comma, and Han Menier.
My Lord, I'm confused. I've answered this. If you look at the video and in the context of the video, I said, do you want to keep quiet or do you want to continue? And on that response, he said, ja, wil aangaan, my Lord. Do you understand it correctly, my Lord?
I understand it. Can I just, Ms. Swanepoel, you don't have to play the video. Can you just give me the space on the video, where on the video it is? The timestamp.
My Lord, it's 26:41.
Yes, thank you.
Colonel, I'm not asking you about what you said in the video. I'm asking you about the question you put to my client. The question you put to my client was, do you want to exercise any of these constitutional rights and remain silent? And my client's answer to that was yeah, comma, and Hanmanier.
No, that is not how the question was put. We have just listened to the video, the audio on the video again. The question is disallowed in the manner it was asked. Because the question posed to the accused on the video was not as you read it out now on the form. He explained the question. On the video, we have just listened to it. I'm disallowing that question.
Colonel, does that imply that the questions you put to my client in the video are different to the questions you put to him in this performer?
My Lord, I was previously asked a question, or it was stated to me that the accused number 2's got standard 5. From experience, I try and break the questions down so the person can understand it, my Lord. So if I had to write all the questions here, it would take hours. And that's also hence for going forward with the video, the purpose of a video being present, my Lord. I could understand if it was just this document before court, but I mean, we've got a video here that justifies my questions, my Lord, and elaborating on that. Decide to try and simplify it to accused number 2, my Lord.
Colonel, my question remains unanswered. My question is simple. Do you imply that the questions you put to my client during his confession in the video, are they different to the questions you put to him in the performer? That is my question.
And I'll answer.
Just one moment.
This witness has said he simplified and paraphrased so that he
Can I ask? My Lord, I'm going to remain with the same question. Had I just read out the sentence, it would have been told to me now or asked or stated to me that he did not understand the phrasing. So in that, I break it down. It's from experience, taking previous confessions, working with people, trying to interpret. I understand it, Father, I acknowledge that. But that's why I elaborated on it, my Lord, to try and simplify it. If it's wrong, it's wrong. But it's for the court to decide, my Lord.
Thank you, Colonel. Colonel, I put to you, my client, and in page 7, first paragraph, he told you he wanted, the time you were interviewing, he wanted to exercise his constitutional rights.
No, Ms. Nkaba, you've asked that question and disallowed it because that's not what's on the video.
Thank you, my lord. Let's go to the second paragraph, Colonel. I'm not going to read it into the record. It's one that is explaining his rights to legal representations. His rights to legal representations. You ask him, do you understand what I have just explained to you? The answer that follows is not answering your question. I will read the answer that follows from my client.
From where we stopped. So I think we will watch. Just a moment, can you just pause? Because it seems to me I was watching a different video than the defense. Just play the video again. From where you stopped, just start to play.
Die rechtsverteenwoordiger kan die adviseer om neerspraak te maak of al dan nie. Indien nie 'n rechtsverteenwoordiger aflossing kan hier by die regshof raad aansoek doen vir regshof. Aan die ander woorde, daar is free legal aid. So, wil jy 'n lawyer hê? Okay, waarom wil jy 'n lawyer hê? Charles word. Maar hier by die hof waar jy 'n lawyer hê.
The reason why I wanted to go back is because, again, the question on the form says, do you understand what I've just explained to you? And then the answer is lawyer by the offer. But if you listen and look at the video, it's explained, it's broken down as to, do you want a lawyer now? If you want a lawyer, you can have a lawyer now. The lawyer can advise you not to speak to me. You can have a lawyer at court. What do you want to do? And then the accused says, that's not the question on the form, I agree. But we don't have to just look at the form and then try and split hairs as to, but this is not an answer to the question, because that was not the question as put. And we've got the real evidence there. With all due respect. Yes, thank you, Mr. Nkaba. You may proceed.
Do you understand my question, Colonel?
Yes, my Lord.
And what is your comment to my question?
The question was disallowed because it was not factually correct. I disallowed the question and I wanted to clarify, that's why I played the video. Hence my comment. I was not sure whether I was watching the same video as yourself. Because I could hear the question and I could hear the context. The question is disallowed. I've made a ruling.
Thank you, my lord. Let's go to the following question, Colonel.
Yes, my Lord.
Do you first want to consult with the legal representative And the answer there is, if they say is not yes or no, my client's answer is, ons kan aangaan, meneer. Can you explain that to the court?
Can maybe just refer to the video again, my lord?
Waar je eerst weer rechtsgekeerd wordt, komt op je eerst met de rode praat. Dat is aan.
It's also different to on the form, because the witness doesn't read out as the question. He asks the accused, do you first want to consult an attorney, a lawyer, he said, or can we proceed? I'm translating it myself from the Afrikaans. And then he answers the question by saying, we can proceed, sir. Ons kan aangaan, meneer. Yes, thank you. You want to rephrase the question in line with the evidence as indicated on Exhibit 2?
I want to proceed with the question. Now that we do have a video.
Come again?
We are having a video that has been played before
Just
this
a
court.
moment, listen, Kabay. It seems
I'm too far.
yeah, not speaking
Okay,
to the
so
microphone. Yes.
now the state has provided us with the video, and it has provided us with the performer. Between the video and the performer, which one is correct?
The last question?
Between the video and the performer, which document is correct?
Sorry. Neither. Picture speaks 1,000 words, they say. My lord. The video, my lord.
Is the video. Okay.
It's going to be an interesting argument at the end of the evidence.
And what about the performer?
Ulysses?
What about
Ms.
the
Sinkabay,
performer?
please. I've watched the video. I have the form. If you want to argue at the end of the evidence that I need to choose between one or the other, please feel free. And we'll have that debate. It will be a debate between you and I. You want the witness to tell me what I must accept? It's not his job. That's my job. If you want to argue now, I'm not going to allow it.
Thank you, my lord. Can I? You were given J88 of my client.
It's Exhibit double C, I think it is. The
Yes, my
J88
lord.
form.
Did you notice the injuries that my client sustained?
We referred to a document, then he must be placed in possession of that
The
legally.
question was merely that he was given a J88 at that event. So maybe just take it out. It's
So-
Exhibit CC, if I remember correctly. I need to check. Yes, it is. It's double C.
Thank you, my lord.
All right, you have the form now. Ms. Nkaba, you may proceed. Maybe just rephrase the question from the beginning, because he has the form in his hand now.
When you were taking a confession from my client, were you given that document, J88?
Correctly so, my lord.
Did you notice the injuries that appear on page 6?
Which page, my lord?
Page 6, can I?
There's a part 2. left, and I still see it on the video, it's doctor's handwriting with due respect to doctors, but it says left knee surgery years ago, and then it says patient alleged he fell from a bakkie on the 4th of February 2024 in the afternoon, which was a month prior, my lord. And on the video I specifically asked him again, was it a police bakkie? Because I knew this question would come. Did he fall off a bakkie? Is it a police bakkie? And he said, no, my lord.
After seeing that document, after perusing through it, did it come to your mind that you must confirm these injuries by looking at the body of my client?
He confirmed it, my lord, and I had a J88 in front of me. No, sorry, my lord.
The question is, did you want to have a look at the injuries
I did
yourself at his body?
I did not, my lord. I'll acknowledge that.
Is that customary if you have a medical report for the police officer to play doctor?
Normally it's the other way around, my lord, where when you sustain, or you deny you've got injuries, I'll have a look, but here it was verified through a J88 that he had injuries. It was put to accused number 2, and he verified the injuries, my lord. So it would be other matter if he had not had injuries and I didn't do it. I understand that, my lord.
Thank you, my lord. Colonel,
Yes, my lord.
when he told you that he sustained those injuries prior to him being arrested, that was what the police, the investigating team, told him to tell the doctor. That was not true.
It's difficult for me to comment on that, my lord.
And the injuries that appear on page 6 of J88 are inconsistent with the manner in which he was tortured. Do you have a comment on that?
I cannot comment on that, my lord.
Now, let us come to the last part of your video.
Yes, my lord.
When my client told you that he has to take pills, did you ask him what was those pills for?
I do not recall asking what the pills were for, my lord.
That was when he was looking for the SAP 14A that he was given before that. You've noticed the medication.
Okay, my lord,
Because you asked him, did they give you medication? Have you taken any medication yet?
maybe could we go back, my lord? Sorry.
No, I don't need to go back.
Okay, sorry, no, my lord.
I can recall that.
Okay.
I'm
you, my
just
lord.
highlighting
Yeah,
the fact
sorry.
that you noticed the medication early, much earlier on,
That's
and you asked him whether he had taken medication.
That's
It's not on the form, of course, because that was just you talking to him when he was looking for the
14A.
for
my
the
lord.
14A. It was at the same time when you had the J88 open in front of you on the
Correct.
video.
Correct, sir, my lord.
So you knew he had been to the hospital just before that, and he had medication with him. I just want to confirm that.
That's correct, my lord.
Thank you, Mr. Nkabane.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. My client instructs me that when he appeared before you for confession, was forced into giving the said confession. Any comment to this?
My Mrs. rectify, he never gave a confession, my lord.
Before you stopped at paragraph 8, these are my instructions. When he appeared before you, because he was tortured.
Come again, that was.
He was tortured.
I can't comment on that, my lord.
When Burger, after you stopped with the confession, did you call Brigadier Anana to tell him what was happening? Because in his evidence in chief, he testified that you called him.
An answer, my lord? Yeah, it was like that, my lord.
He called you.
No, he didn't call me. I called because
You called him.
I prefer it back, yeah. It's protocol in the police, my lord.
So he asked you to attend to it. You decided to terminate the engagement with accused number 2, and then you called him to say,
So I have to leave now. I have to go back to my office, my lord.
Kenan, before you told him that you are leaving, you are going to your office, did you tell him the reasons why you are terminating or you are stopping, continuing with the confession? Did you tell him the reasons?
Come again?
Did you tell him the reasons why?
I just said I terminated the confession. I didn't go into details with him.
What did you say?
I terminated or stopped the confession. I did not go into details, my lord.
Okay. Why I'm putting this question to you, Kenan, is because when Brigadier Hanana was testifying, he told this court that you told him that the reason you stopped the confession is because my client was sleeping.
I cannot recall that, my lord.
Just one moment. He said what? He said what? I didn't get the question, Miss.
He was sleeping.
He was sleeping. I think sleeping and hungry. I'm just trying to find find the place in his testimony. Yeah, he fell asleep. Those were his words. Fell asleep, and we had another witness saying that he was also told that Mr. Benjamin said he was also told that Mr. Van Rijn is hungry, but Brigadier Hanana's testimony was that that he received the call, Hanana received the call, and Colonel Clark told him that he fell asleep.
But as I documented, it was due to the hunger and the pills that he had to take, my lord, why I stopped.
Thank you, Kenan, for noticing that. Once my client told you that she was hungry, you noticed that. Legally so, you couldn't continue with the confession. Thank you very much for reaching that decision.
Noted, my lord.
I have no further questions, Kenan.
Thank you, Ms. Nkabai. Any re-examination? Thank you, Colonel. You may be excused.
Thank you, my lord.
Complete journey back to Cape Town. Next witness. Do you need to set up something for the next witness?
Not really, my lord, but I have had discussions earlier with Ms. Ngabai on the aspect of whether they would make admissions in respect of the transport of accused 2 for the second taking of the confession. Captain Secoy is here and can deal with his evidence then. But Ms. Ngabai wanted to let Colonel Clark finish before she would come back to me. If that's the
Right,
case,
so
I would
why
need to call
don't
other
we just
witnesses.
take a short break? It's 10:40. Let's take a brief adjournment. Shall we say 20 minutes until 11? Means between the two of you, and if Mr. Adamse gets involved, you can have your discussions and we can plan, and then we start at 11 o'clock. Will that suit you, Ms. Nkabai?
What is the adjournment for, my lord? What are we adjourning for?
No, so we take a 20-minute adjournment because, is it Colonel Sekoe or Captain Sekoe?
It's Captain Secoy.
Captain Sekoe is the next witness. But obviously we have the transport in between. You were still going to talk to your colleague about that. Then we can utilize that time, clear up that, they can set up, and then we start with the next witness.
Okay, I understand, my lord.
Just for the logistics between the two of you. I'll take the adjournment till 11 o'clock. It's 19 minutes. So that we can proceed. Mr. Sivnarine, I don't see that the female officers are back. And I'm not sure whether anybody has the information, but maybe you can speak to the warrant officer to find out about your client at the same time. Thank you. The court will adjourn.
Can you bring that?
A83, ma'am.
yes, that sounds better. Good morning.
May I have
your full names, please? It's Hendrik Jacobus Nel.
Are you going to testify in English or not?
English is fine.
Can you just
Can
bear
you just
with
bear
us?
with us in a moment? Fine.
Jerry, let's see if I do it
I
from
do it.
All right. Is that better? Dr. Nell, is that better? I'm not sure whether Dr. Nell can hear me. If I have the laptop here with me, it causes some feedback. But he can hear me if I have the laptop on the desk. All right, let's live with that. Let's pass that laptop here again. Okay. Dr. Nell, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
All right.
Right.
Any
Any objection to taking the oath? No.
You will
then swear the evidence you will give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. I swear.
Thank you.
Thank you. Witness has been sworn.
Thank you, Lord. Dr. Nell, can you hear me?
You might have to use the microphone on this one of those.
Dr. Nell, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Good day, Dr. Nell.
Fine.
Please can you tell the court for how many years has it been?
29.
For how many years were you at Freeburg Hospital?
Since 2012, 13 years.
In what capacity?
As a medical officer.
What are your qualifications?
Excuse me?
What are your qualifications?
MBCSB Victoria.
Now, Doctor, you have received on the 5th of March, 2024. Please, can you tell us who was the patient that you attended to? Let's start at the first page, where your details are on. It's part 1. I'm referring to the form that was completed at 09:10. Do you have that in front of you, Doctor?
Yes. Van Rijn.
That's correct. Thank you, sir. Doctor, will you please take us through this form?
Just the history, what I've written down.
You can start at, we can start at part 1, where it's your certificate in terms of, where it's, the document is headed, or the part is headed certificate in terms of section 212, and your full name is there. Do you confirm that?
I missed that. I mean,
At the
at the
bottom,
start of the history, with the patient with Clammy Fiber Bucky, that segment.
okay, we're going to start at the first page of this document, Doctor, is
Okay.
it's The document is headed J88, and it's a form, the part 1 is where you fill that out, and it's a date and the time. I'll just read it for you and you can confirm where your full name appears. The date on the document is the 5th of March, 2024. 0910 is the time of the examination, and you say this was at Vredenburg. And at the bottom of that page is it's dated, the place is stated, and your signature appears and your full name. That was page 1 of 6, right?
Okay.
Then we move into part 2 of this document, where you have the details of the facility. Do you confirm that?
Yes.
And at part 4, you say the patient was accompanied by the police. You see that?
Yes.
It's under the section B, patient information. With me, doctor?
Yep.
Right. And will you please then read what part 4 or point 4 says under C, medical history, and it's your handwriting where it says relevant medical history. It starts with that.
Yeah, so the history was that he left knee surgery years ago, according to the patient. And number 5 was the history of alleged assault. I wrote patient allegedly fell from a bucky 4th of February in the afternoon. That was a mistake. It should be the 4th of March. In my hospital notes, it states the 4th of March.
Thank you, doctor. Under section E of this form, that's the next page, I'm on page 3 of 6, you've noted the physical appearance, that being the height and weight. Do you follow with me? Yes?
Yes.
And on the next page, it's paragraph or section F, it's marked clinical findings.
Yes.
Will you please read what your findings were?
All right. I wrote bilateral forearm slice swelling anterior aspect, clinically no fractures. His left knee has an old surgical scar with a possible hematrosis, and that means fluid in the knee, underlying query fluid, normal weight bearing, soft tissue injury, left knee, no fractures. And I wrote the right knee, soft tissue injury, right knee, clinically no fractures.
Doctor, whilst we're there, is it correct that before hematosis you've actually, is that a question mark that's there? Can you clarify for us?
I wrote a question mark, hematrosis, underlying fluid in brackets.
And can you explain to us, in layperson's terms, what that actually means?
Just when you get hit on the knee, you can have free fluid, which normally is blood. You can feel it below the skin and the bone.
Could that also... Sorry, doctor, I interrupted you. Carry on.
So that's what it means. There's some fluid below the knee, so it feels a certain way. That's what you call hematosis.
Could that also be because of the knee surgery that you noted? Could your findings on the fluid, the underlying fluid that you refer to, could that possibly be because of the knee surgery that you noted in history?
Yeah, if you fell from a bucky injury knee, it might be from that, yeah, most possibly, yeah.
Consistent with your findings? Consistent with your findings, doctor?
Yes, consistent, yeah.
And then at page 5 of 6,
sorry. It's fine, I just wrote contusion contusion, bilateral knees and forearms.
Thank you. And then if I refer you to page 6 of 6,
Yeah.
you have depicted on these diagrams what your observations were. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this document was signed by yourself?
Correct.
You confirm your findings?
Yes.
Now, did you prescribe any medication for the patient when you conducted your examination?
I got a copy from my hospital notes from Dr. Zimri this morning. I wrote him up for tablets, Bernardo Brufen, and I prescribed a Robert Jones bandage for his knee, which they probably applied to casualty.
Was he referred for x-rays?
I saw the patient in the office and we sent him down for x-rays and treatment downstairs. So, yes.
On the 5th of March, when you first saw the patient, was he accompanied by a police official?
Was his what?
Was he accompanied, do you recall if he was accompanied by a police official?
Yes. There was a clear policeman and two patients.
Where did you conduct the examination?
I was in the office, so normally they would go to casualty or OT. I don't know why they came to office, but yeah, they brought to my office in the main building.
Now, Dr. Nell, we know that you also completed another examination on a patient at 9:40.
That's correct.
Doctor, if you can just bear with us, we are having some sound difficulties. Sorry.
Sorry, man. So that we have. So let us cut these other microphones. And then
We just have to speak up. So you may continue.
Thank you.
Just speak louder.
Thank you, Doctor. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, I am now trying to speak as loud as possible. We know from documents in our docket that you actually were also the doctor that conducted an examination at 9:40. Do you have those documents in front of you?
I do.
My Lord, this is Exhibit AA that I'm moving on to. Very well, and very much the same fashion, Doctor, you have your first, or your details are filled out on the is where, again, all the details, your details are there, the date and time at which the examination was conducted, where it was conducted, and at the bottom of the page, again, it's dated Vredenburg, the 5th of March 2024 at 0900 hours 40. You with me, Doctor? Very well. That is page 1 of 6. And if I page over to part 2, the first part is the details of the practitioner, and then the patient details. Can you please read for the record the patient details?
Apollos.
Jacqueline Apollos. Very well. And once again, this patient was accompanied by the police. Confirm that.
Correct?
There's a signature that appears in line with the name Joshlin Apollos. Whose signature would that be, doctor?
Yes, I cannot read it. I mean, yeah, looks like it's Jerry. Maybe it's a false.
It says a signature of patient. It's not your signature.
No, it's not mine.
Doctor, can you hear us clearly?
Yes, that must be the patient's signature. It's not my signature. Yeah.
Very well. And then I will refer you to part 5, the history of the alleged assault. Can you please note your findings for us as you've noted it in the form?
Complaint of left eye bruising plus left knee and left and right foot injury.
Okay, doctor, I'm on page 2 of 6.
Yes.
History of alleged assault. Patient got injured. That's where it starts. That's what you've noted.
Yeah, I noted.
All right. Can you read what what you recorded on this form for the record?
Is it still on page 2? Where the patient got injured while being arrested?
That's correct, doctor. On page 2.
Yeah, patient got injured while being arrested on the 4th of March 2024. Complaints of left eye bruising plus left knee and right foot injury.
Very well.
That's one from the patient.
Then I'm going to take you to page 4 of 6. It's headed F, clinical findings.
Okay.
Please, can you note what your findings were?
All right. The left eye has a subconjunctival bleeding, normal vision, bruised left eye lateral aspect, and swollen. The left knee, confusion left lateral aspect. The right foot swollen, tender, confused, second metatarsal extrinsic
Was this person also referred for X-rays?
Yes, on my notes there are X-rays, no fractures.
Well, then I take you to page 5 of 6. Paragraph K, conclusions. Can you read what your findings were there?
Yeah, so I wrote confusion left eye, right foot, and right knee.
And if I page over to 6 of 6, those findings are noted on the diagrams.
Yes, that's correct. So I've written the right knee, but on my notes the left knee. And on my previous notes also left knee, so slight mistake here.
Can you just repeat that for us, doctor? We couldn't hear that.
The injury was on the left knee, per my clinical findings. Then when I wrote it down on the conclusion, I wrote right knee, but on the picture it was left knee, so it is the left knee. So I made a mistake there.
Thank you, doctor. And once again, this form was signed by yourself, all pages completed.
Correct.
Both these documents were then handed to the police, is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. I have nothing further for the witness.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Adams. Do you, I'm not sure if
From that microphone, whether it will work. Otherwise, you'll have to use this laptop. Are you not connected on that laptop? You're not connected on that laptop. Use this one. I am recording on I'm recording on my registrar's profile, so it's saved on our official recordings through the OneDrive. We will just ensure the stenographer at the end of the day that we upload those. I thought if you use that, you must just speak up so that everybody can hear, but if you use that laptop, I've put the speaker and the mic on the laptop. Just don't change anything on. As long as the thing doesn't give us a feedback. All right. Let's take it away, Mr. Adams.
Dr. Nell, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Morning, Dr. Nell. I'm the counsel for accused one, Mr. Apollos. Yes. I've heard your response now to the state's questions regarding your medical examination of Mr. Apollos. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just want to ask you a few questions. First of all, can you recall how many policemen were with you when you examined Mr. Apollos?
How many police?
Yes.
No, I can't recall. I mean, when I got there, it was like 3, 4, 5 policemen and 2 patients. But I can't recall the amount. I sent a few out, but I can't recall the amount that stayed inside.
My client says that when he was examined by you, there were 3 policemen present while you examined him.
Did he say so?
He said so.
Okay, then yes, it must be right, because I can't recall it, yeah?
Thank you. Let me ask you this. When you walked into your office, did you not notice that he was crippled?
No, I cannot recall it.
The injuries that you referred to now, what we refer to as an JHA, that was fresh injuries. You recall that? It's not old injuries.
Not this side, can't say. I mean, I can't recall. They was probably sitting when I came in. But it should have been fresh by obvious reasons. I mean, it happened the previous day.
Yeah, so you didn't, I see nowhere in the form, do you confirm that these injuries were fresh?
Let's cut these amplifying microphones for purposes of this exercise, because it causes a feedback. I've switched on Mr. Harmse. You need to speak up so that I can hear you.
Speak up.
The MacBook in front of you has a built-in microphone, so Dr. Nell will hear you. And I've put on the speaker there. So you'll hear him from the speaker on the microphone, on the laptop.
I can hear slightly. Very slightly.
Just speak up.
I can hear Dr. Nell.
But these amplifying microphones are causing a feedback. It's recorded on our system, on that MacBook. Yeah. Cut the amplification. That will be loud enough. When it was here, I could hear it clearly. But you need to speak up so that I can hear the question.
Dr. Nell, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good. I was talking to you and asking you about the absence of noting on your JHA that the injuries were fresh. You didn't write on your JHA that the injuries were fresh.
Well, if I didn't write it, I haven't written it yet.
You obviously won't at this stage remember.
No.
It would appear from your J88, only investigation you did is by asking him what happened and looking at
Mr. Pollis.
All right?
Yes.
So he didn't really examine it. He didn't know if you had internal injuries or not.
Well, no, that's right. I mean, it was an officer's place was sitting it, and it's not the correct place to examine the patient. There's no space. So I asked him specifically what was the problem. So it's problem orientated, yes.
So it's possible, what I'm asking you, it is possible they could have had internal injuries as well, and you didn't tell you, didn't ask him or check it.
Well, you would have complained about it, so it's sort of abdomen or anything like that, you would have pain symptoms. I assume, if you had internal injuries.
Sorry, doctor, just a minute.
I have no idea because mine is completely muted. The camera is off and the microphone is muted.
Can I proceed? Doctor, also want to ask you, on your J88 notice, you have it in front of you?
I have it.
You've made a specific mention of the contusion on the I think it's the left foot on the bridge.
Yeah. That's correct.
From page 6. There you wrote on, sorry, it's the right foot. Contusion on the right foot. It seems to be on the bridge.
Yes, it's the metatarsal, it's the second toe.
Yeah.
Yeah, bone is the second toe, yeah.
Yeah. So that's on the bridge.
On the bridge, correct? That's correct.
Now, you would agree with me that that's not a kind of injury that you can sustain by twisting your ankle.
I mean, it can be severe injury. I mean, I'm not sure.
But there were no indications that he tore ligaments in his right foot.
Look, if you take extra bone, if you tore ligaments, it will be severely swollen.
And it wasn't.
Well, it was swollen, I would say severely, but it was swollen, so it's a minor swelling, according to my notes.
It's minor swelling, but what I'm suggesting to you is that if you twist your ankle to the point that your bridge of your foot gets injured on the ground, that's like tantamount to breaking your ankle.
Well, the injured ankle will be swollen, you know, a different picture. The whole ankle will be swollen, and the foot as well. That's severe swelling.
What I'm trying to get, doctor, is contusion on the bridge of the foot. It's unlikely that would occur. Unlikely that would occur when you twist your ankle.
It's unlikely to be an object caused by an object, I would say more.
Thank you. Caused by an object hitting a day.
Well, most likely, yes.
So there's no point in me asking you about anything that is not written on your J88 report. I just want you to elaborate a bit about the left eye. Just explain to the court that word that I'm always battling to pronounce,
subconjunctival bleeding. It means like bleeding on the white of the eye, on the sclera, there should be blood. Either small dots or it can be large area and the whole white in the eye is clearer. That's normally caused by trauma.
And
So you need to something.
might be need with something rather hard.
Yeah, obviously. Can be a first or can be an object, anything really.
And the fact that you noted that, that would probably have happened in the last 24 hours.
That's correct.
Thank you, Doctor. I have no more questions.
Thank you.
But the microphone on the laptop is live.
Morning, Doctor.
Morning.
I am.
I've put the volume up, Jerry, and the mic is on.
I am Miss Mkabayi, and I represent Mr. Stevino in this matter. On page 6 of J88, you noted three injuries.
That's on the picture side.
Yes, on the picture side.
Yeah, and that's it. Both forearms and both knees.
And you noted as soft tissue injury.
That's correct.
What is the soft tissue injury, Doc?
That's normally a swelling. If you hit by something or you get swelling in the area.
Just one moment. Jerry, just sort it out yourself because they are disturbing me. No, the power on the laptop. Cool. Is it on now? I can hear it. It's charging. Yes, thank you, Ms. Nkabai.
And Doc, how did these injuries look? How did these injuries look? Do they look fresh?
Yeah, and the soft injuries normally from the skin and the muscle, all the tissue except the bone. So I mean, normally we get injured, it's swollen, it might be broken like an abrasion or a wound even. But yeah, if you have injuries, it's swollen, stay like that for a few days, it comes down by itself. It doesn't sound long it takes, everybody heals differently. But it should be recent.
Did they look fresh to you, Doc?
I'm sure, yeah.
You testify that my client has told you that he sustained these injuries because he fell from the van.
That's correct.
Did he tell you when did he fall from the bucket?
On my notes, I've noted the previous day, the 4th of March. But I've written on the JHS, I've written 4th of February, I think. This is a mistake, but on my hospital notes, it's stated 4th of March.
Which date did my client give you regarding his falling from the bucket?
4th of March, the day previously.
Did you ask him?
Well, I kept it in my notes. I asked him if he felt anything. I asked him if he felt in coffee I've written down a day, it's 4 February, but on my hospital notes, it states the 4th March, so my mistake on the 28th. The 6th afternoon, so that was the previous day.
Did you ask him how did he fall from this body? From which side of his body did he fall?
No, that's not all that.
You didn't ask him?
I haven't asked it. I mean, it's just asked the mechanism, yeah? That's why I asked him, sure.
Was it not important for you to ask him how did he fall from this body?
I can't recall.
Did you examine my client?
I'm sure I did. I just cannot recall, but I'm sure I was sitting down and I saw him in the chair when I saw him.
I didn't hear that answer.
He's saying, I'm sure he did. I can't remember. Because he was sitting down. Sorry, Doc. Can you repeat your last answer for the court?
I said, if I came to an office, I think it was sitting on a chair, that's what I recall. Yeah.
And your first part of your answer was, you are not sure if you examined him.
I should look at it, I think probably didn't do a full examination, I'm not sure, I cannot recall.
This patient that was before you, he told you that he fell from the back. Was it not necessary for you to examine his whole body?
Yes, it's you, yeah.
I didn't get that answer. I didn't get the answer because I don't have facility here to hear. What was the answer?
Doc, can you repeat your last answer for the court?
What's the question again?
The question was, in front of you was a patient complaining that he fell from the back. Now the question is, you didn't see it necessary for you to examine his whole body.
As I said, I did examine, I don't know if I examined the whole body, I'm not sure. But I noted my injuries, what I saw, and that was that. I can't recall if he took off his shirt or any of those type of details.
Yes, thank you.
Who instructed my client to go for an X-ray?
Well, it should be me, I think, if I'm sending for an X-ray.
Still, you're not sure?
I can't recall if I sent him for an X-ray. I mean, technically I had no fractures, that's what I've noted. And I sent him for a bandage. I can't recall, all the hospital records if we went for an X-ray. I can't recall, it's not noted. Like the other patient on the nurse.
Most of the things, Doc, you don't remember, you don't recall, you are not sure.
About the X-ray, you cannot recall anything you do. You're not a patient, I mean, on the hospital notes, it's on my WhatsApp, I can't, when we can access it, but I can make sure we can access it.
The injuries you noted on page 6 of the J88.
Yes.
Those were the injuries that were shown to you by my client.
That's correct. That's what I noticed.
Other than the injuries he showed you, you didn't go further and examine him to see whether he has sustained any other injuries.
Yeah, I cannot say what I do now. I mean, it's impossible.
Will I be correct if I say, if indeed my client fell from the balcony, he would suffer some grazes on his body?
The braces. You should have some braces, I reckon.
When we examined him, did you see braces?
I didn't know that. That's soft tissue swelling. That's all I've noted in my notes.
But you will agree with me, if he fell from the balcony, he would suffer some bruises.
The braces. Well, we felt we were moving back there, sure. It should be some braces, but I can't. I didn't have the braces. The soft tissue by itself didn't mean braces, but I didn't like braces.
The injuries that appear on page 6, are they inconsistent with injuries of someone who fell on the balcony?
Well, the injuries, I would say yes.
In which sense?
Well, his knees were injured, probably fell on his knees, and his forearms just swelling.
Put to you, Doc, if somebody fell from the balcony, he will have the other injuries in his body. You didn't examine my child to see the other injuries in his body.
I don't know. I mean, everybody talks about me differently, and I'm sure everybody has different injuries as well.
You're not sure?
I can't specify what you will be talking about. Everybody felt differently. So, injuries, I noted injuries he had according to me.
I have no further questions for you, Doc.
Thank you. Any re-examination?
Yes, my lord.
Can I have the laptop, please? I will look at the recording on the laptop in the evening because it will be clear, whatever is on there. At least it will be on our server. Yes. Yes. What are the questions?
Yes, doctor. Can you hear me?
Doctor, can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Very well. Doctor, we've received evidence in this court that, and I'm going to do my best to describe what we've been told, so please follow my description, okay? We have been told that both these individuals were made to sit on the ground, their knees pulled to their chest, their arms go around the knees, it's locked and secured by a handcuff, and then a metal or steel pipe is threaded under the knee. And they were made to hang over chairs, and they were spun repeatedly. Then a bag was placed over their head, and they were repeatedly hit over the face and the head. My question is, Doctor, if that happened repeatedly over hours, would we see different or more severe injuries as to what you've noted on the form? Hands were cuffed, a pole was inserted under the knees, and they were made to hang between two chairs, and the whole body was spun repeatedly. And in that process, they were repeatedly beaten. Now, my question is, if someone in that position who was assaulted over hours appeared in your rooms for examination, would what you have noted on the forms be the same as what you've done as we see them, as you've noted them?
Yeah, I don't know, actually have much more bruises everywhere. I see the face and the leg, the body, quite strong and bluish, you know.
That was not noted.
Yeah. So,
Thank you, my lord.
thank you, Dr. Bell. Thank you, you may be excused. Thank you. Julie. Bye.
All right, now we can return to the normal way of doing things. We had to improvise. I was told this morning that the doctor was unable to attend in person. So I know the recording is clear because it's on our server and on our own system. We've recorded it on the Teams. My registrar will share with the parties the clear recording during the course of the afternoon. It will also be uploaded onto the record of the case. We're going to revert to normality now. It's 11:56. Do you need time to rejig the courtroom? Or are you ready for me?
We are ready, my lord. We do need to inform the court, though. There is another doctor that is on standby. If time permits, she will come through this afternoon. She is available.
Is he going to testify on the hybrid system?
No,
or
my lord.
Will the doctor come to court?
Dr. Zimri will be attending court.
So, get the doctor.
We will
How
arrange
long
for
will it take for the doctor to get here once we make the call?
She's coming from Vredenburg
All
Hospital.
right, so what we do is let's call the next witness. It's 12 o'clock. Let's see when we break for lunch. I will give you a time when we start. It won't be less than 10 minutes. Then we interpose that doctor wherever we are, get the doctor in and out. So I'll tell you, this is the time we're going to start, and then you can give the doctor the time and indicate, the doctor can indicate whether they're available or not, and we plan from there. So we take the doctor off that adjournment.
Thank you.
Because it won't take more than 10 minutes from Vredenburg to get here.
Noted, my lord. Thank you. We would appreciate that.
Right.
Then I call Captain Secoy.
Sekoe.
What?
That's how I had it.
Secoy. Sorry, my lord. Oh, well, I challenge people to pronounce my surname. I always get it wrong.
Let me just, it's Sekoe, S-E-E-K-O-E-I, according to the list of witnesses. If you're going to try and pronounce it again, you will become a meme.
I'm just going to stick with Captain.
Thank you. You may swear in the witness, Ms. Naducheki.
Please give your full names to the court.
Volle naam vir die hof. Philip Sekoe. Philip Sekoe.
Do you have any objection to taking the prescribed oath?
Enige beswaar teen die voorgeskrewe eed?
No, my lord.
Geen edele?
Do you swear that the evidence you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please raise your right hand and say, I do. So
Sweer
help
u
me
dat getuienis wat u gaat aflê in die hof dat dit die waarheid sal wees. Niks alles is die waarheid nie, slegs die waarheid. Dis op die regter en dis so help my God.
So help me God.
En gesweer die edele?
Thank you.
It's Philip, Philip also, my lord. Met a P, 1 L. Yeah.
Adjust your microphone as well. I couldn't hear you so well.
Kan jy of my nou hoor? Hoor u nog van?
Thank you. My lord, before I proceed with this witness, the court will recall that prior to the tea adjournment, the court had invited myself and Ms. Mgabai to have discussions about the transporting of Mr. Van Rijn. She's indicated to me she has no objections to that. I needn't call those witnesses, and therefore we can proceed to the captain.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Mgabai. It'll save us some time.
Thank you, Captain. Please tell the Honourable Court where you are currently based.
Sê asseblief vir die hof waar is u tans gestasioneer?
Ek is tans gestasioneer by Provincial Detectives, Crime and Investigation Service, maar werk as DCCO by Wynberghof tans.
Presently gestasioneer at the provincial? Herhaal asseblief.
By Wynberghof.
Herhaal of wat alles wat u gesê het, wil ek weer vertel.
Okay, ek is tans gestasioneer by die provinciale speders, Provincial Detectives.
Presently stationed at the provincial detectives.
Crime Investigation Service.
Meester onderzoek.
But my core function is working as a DCCO.
My kernfunksie is om werk as DCCO.
At Wynberg Court.
By Wynberghof.
What does DCCO stand for?
Detective Court Case Officer.
Detective Court Case Officer.
How many years have you been in the service?
Hoeveel jaar is in diens?
I'm 33 years and 10 months in the police.
33 jaar, 10 maanden.
Have you had anything to do with the investigation in this case?
Enige betrokkenheid in die ondersoek in die saak gehad?
Geen sis.
None whatsoever, my lord.
And is it further correct that on the 5th of March 2024, you were called to assist in the taking of a confession?
Is het verder correct dat op die 4de Maart 24 is uitgeroep om te ophelp met die bekoming van 'n bekentenis?
Dis korrek,
Correct, my lord.
In your In your 33 years of experience, Captain, have you taken confessions before?
In hierdie 33 jaar van ervaring, kaptein, het jy al ooit 'n bekentenis geneem voorheen?
Dis korrek, edele, ek het al etlike bekentenisse en uitwysings gedoen.
That is correct, my lord. A few confessions before.
Do you recall who contacted you to attend to this matter?
Onthou u nog wie het vir u gekontak om aan hierdie voorval by te woon?
Korrek, en achtbaar, ek was deur Brigadier Anana
Correct, my lord. I was contacted by Brigadier Anana, my lord.
Do you recall at what time you arrived in Auckland? Where did you come to?
Waarna toe is u toe, kaptein? Waarna toe het u gekom, kaptein?
Okay, ek het van die Kaap afgery na Saldanha toe.
I drove from the Cape to Saldanha, my lord.
What time did you arrive in Saldanha?
Hoe laat het u in Saldanha aangekom?
Ek het so min of meer, kan dalk 2:30 die middag.
More or less about 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
I see you've opened your diary. Is that to note the time?
Ek sien
Or
nog die
remind
dag
yourself?
opgemaak. Is dit waar u hierdie aantekening, die tyd aantekening gemaak het?
Dis korrek, Kerelagbare.
Dat is correct, my lord.
Thank you. Thank you, my lord. Where did you come to in Saldanha?
Waarna toe is u toe in Saldanha aankom? Waarna toe is u waar u aangekom te Saldanha?
Met my aankoms in Saldanha Bay,
Upon my arrival at Saldanha Bay,
het ek aangedoen by die Seaborder Police.
I arrived at the sea border offices. I went to the sea border offices.
Who did you meet there?
Vir wie het u daar tegengekom of vir wie het u daar gaan ontmoet?
Ek het onder andere die lede wat besig was met ondersoek.
Amongst each other, the members who were busy with the investigation,
Daar geontmoet.
I met the.
What did you do next?
Wat was het volgende om te doen? Wat doen u toe volgende?
Soos ek al reeds sê, was het deur Brigadier Anana
The
versoek.
microphone that amplifies the voice of the witness is either too far away from it or it's not properly adjusted, because I want to listen to the Afrikaans as well. So maybe move it slightly closer. I think it was moved now when you adjusted the other microphone. Thank you. It's also for the benefit of Captain, for the accused, because they're Afrikaans speaking, so that they can follow the Afrikaans as well to instruct the counsel. Thank you.
Captain,
As I've already said, I was called by Brigadier Anana
when you got to Seaboard, sorry, carry on.
Om 'n bekentenis te neem
to come and take a confession
van een van die beskuldigdes.
from one of the accused.
When you got to Seaborder, where did you go to?
Ek kom toe by Seaboard Wana toe SE toe.
Ek is na die kantore van die FCS
I
verwys.
proceeded to the FCS offices. Gaan voort.
Waar ek dan meegedeel was dat ek versoek was of meegedeel was om 'n bekentenis van een van die beskuldigdes te neem.
Where I was informed and requested to obtain a confession by one of the accused.
My Lord, I'm going to hand to the witness the confession document itself, but I will also ask that this be entered as an exhibit at this stage. I think we will be on double J.
Ms. Nkabai, just before I receive it, check with the defense for objections maybe.
Thank you, my lord.
Yes, Ms.
If the
Nkabai.
court can remember,
I don't think, no, before I receive it, warrant officer, just keep it there for now. Let me just hear whether there's any objection.
if the court can remember, my lord, I objected to this document to be called or named, or to this statement to be referred to as a confession. I placed before this court my reasons why I was objecting. My lord,
You may proceed. You may
I am
proceed.
still objecting on the following grounds. This is not a confession. This is not an unequivocal admission of guilty. Therefore, it is not tantamount to a plea of guilty. I expected, after I addressed the court, for the court to make a ruling whether this statement is a confession or it's an admission.
Is that it? Is that it?
Yes.
Is that it?
For now, those are my submissions, my lord.
Can people hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, my lord.
I didn't call on you. Have a seat.
Oh, sorry.
There's no way I can make a ruling on a document I have not seen. In order for it to be called either a confession or merely a statement containing admissions, I will have to look at the document. The witness refers to it as a confession. It does not mean that that will be my ruling at the end of the day. That's a terminology he decides to use. So I just want to check, do you have any objection in the document being handed up as an exhibit? Because then I can make the call once I've looked at it. If there's no objection, it'll go in. If there is an objection, we'll deal with the objection. That's why I told the prosecutor to sit down first, because there was no objection yet to the document. That's all I'm dealing with now. Any objection to the handing up of the document as an exhibit?
No objection, my lord.
No objection. Good. Now I may have the document. The warrant officer had the document. So this will be exhibit double J. It is a document that is a similar document as to other exhibits that we have. It has the pages 1 through to 26. So we shall refer to it as JJ page, whatever it might be. Just want to check. From page 16, part G, '16 and 17, there is a statement. Then I've noted page 20, further on, there are questions and answers. Is this the complete document? There was nothing further, no attachments, nothing to that? So your colleague has an objection, and I haven't looked at the contents yet, that you refer to it as a confession. It's terminology, but maybe if the witness is comfortable with it, that you should rather refer to it as a statement until I've made the call. And the reason why I would advise in this way, the message out there in the public domain will be that the accused confessed. And I have not made that decision yet. So I can understand the concern, because we also know how facts have been distorted around this case in the public domain. Some people profiteering on distorting facts. So let's rather protect from our side, as far as we can, the integrity of the process.
Noted, my lord.
Just a request, Ms. Seremon.
Noted, my lord.
Does that cover your concern, Ms. Nkabai? I see you nod. Thank you.
Captain, I placed before you a document that was completed by yourself. Whilst the court was busy with the explanation, did you have a chance to just page through it? You confirm that is the completed document?
Ek bevestig so, achtbare.
Very well. Then, my lord, I'm going to request the Honourable Court to proceed in the same fashion as we did with Colonel Clark. We'll play the video and then clear up any issues with the captain. Thank you. May I?
If you want to move out of the witness stand so that you can see the screen, and take a chair, otherwise it'll play behind your back, because there might be things that you will see now on the video that you will be asked about later, so that you will have an idea. Good? Certainly, and your colleagues can also move over this way. Mr. Van Ryn, can you see the screen? Good. Because it's important that you take note. Mr. Van Ryn, listen to me. With the previous statement we dealt with,
Met die vorige verklaring,
the state did not present anything that you would have said to the colonel.
die staat het niks voor die hof voorgehou nie, wat u vir die kolonel so meegedeel het in hierdie voorval, of in hierdie geval.
It seems as if they're going to present evidence
Dit blyk
that
asof
they will allege you told the captain.
daar getuienis wat hulle aan die hof gaat voorlê.
So it's important that you take notes so that you can instruct your legal representative about anything that you don't agree with or that you want to bring to attention.
Derhalve is het baie belangrik dat u aandag skenk aan dit wat nou gesê geword, sodat u vir
Do you want a piece of paper and something to write with so you can make
verteenwoordiger
notes?
instructies kan gee?
Listen, Kabai says no, he doesn't need it. Right, he gives his attorney a thumbs up. Thank you, Ms. Swanepoel.
Video operator, Warrant Officer J.M.H. Cohen, LCRC Friedler, I'm here at Seaborder Unit, room number 2 for confession. The time is now 16 minutes past 4 p.m. Start recording. One. Give me a second.
Mr. Yankees, I think you can move away. No? You can move away from where you are. We've just made the arrangements. Mr. Yankees, listen to me. Stop talking to Mr. Kabai. I'm talking. You would have seen that I was approached by Ms. Pulane. So we've made an arrangement. But if you sit there, then people can't see on the screen. So she's either you or is going to sit next to Ms. Kabai, yeah, to assist with the Afrikaans to English. So you can choose who's going to do that. Get a chair, there's a chair over here. Just pull a chair, Mr. Yankees. It'll just assist.
The projector is positioned in a certain way. Would the court allow us to just try and position so it's straight?
Just try and adjust it. It's easy to do. You can actually make it bigger also. You can enlarge it.
The projector. It's on the projector.
No.
No.
I'm going to take an adjournment. Right? I didn't say adjust the screen. You can adjust your projector. If you need to angle it, get a newspaper, put it under it. Ask one of the journalists. But you can adjust it with whatever you want to. You can also zoom it by turning the lens. So you can make it bigger, fit the screen, align it properly. If it's turned like that, I can't see properly because of the reflection. It will be nice for the TV cameras, but I'm not interested in what they can see. I need to see.
Of course, yes. Yes, my lord.
It's 22 minutes past 12. I'm going to give you 8 minutes till 12:30. It'll give Mr. Harms and Mr. Siebenheim also a break to leave the room. 8 minutes, I'll be back at 12:30.
8 minutes.
Yes, thank you. People are taking their time there on the video. You can keep it rolling because this will be exhibit 3. The CD will be marked exhibit 3. There's a discussion about the key for the handcuffs. You can let it roll. Let it roll. Is there any way that we can enhance that, the audio? Any way we can enhance the audio? Because there's something said by Mr. Van Rijn, and I can't hear. Is the audio better on the, if I would listen to it on another device? So I will listen to it afterwards on another device. Let it roll.
says government and government. People read stuff. Oké, dus even van een advocaatsnota nee, voor kies advocaat. Ja. Zo, wat is de stand op beslag? Oké, zoals je al kan zien, sorry, dat is, als je dan komt, dan is die fotograaf gezien. So, die plus, de zekerheid wat er is, zoals van dit, natuurlijk om de deze af te doen. Om de toekomst binnen te spreken, die was te bestaan.
Dan
This to and fro, the discussion, it's not on the form, is it? Is there a transcript of it somewhere?
Yes, my lord, it's all part of
Of
the form that's
what?
been filled up.
No, I'm talking about they talking to each other. I don't see it on the form.
That it's not recorded.
So there's no transcript of that.
No, there's no transcript of that, my lord, but I can also inform the court that the audio from the laptop is a lot clearer than it is from the projector. We tested it earlier. I'm not sure if that will assist the court in
Yeah,
hearing.
because I need to hear what's going on.
It is not.
There's a discussion. I heard the name Captain Lombard. I heard Mr. Van Rijn saying something about Captain Lombard. In that discussion that just happened there. So we need to, I need to hear the audio. But I can't hear. And I've looked at the form. I see the captain paging and writing, and I'm trying to follow on my form, and I don't see. So there's no transcript.
There's no transcript of that.
Where are you playing the audio through at the moment?
Through the projector.
Why are you playing it through the projector? Why can't you put a microphone next to the speaker of the laptop?
My lord, we were told
If you tell me it's clearer.
we were told that there wasn't a spare microphone for that. That's why we used the projector, but we can check with the gentleman that's in charge if
Well,
one
we-
of the microphones that are not in use.
Because
My colleague is suggesting
there's a microphone that we use for the interpreter.
we're hoping the angle of the speaker might help that.
Well, let's try again, because we're not using the microphone for the interpreter now. So if we would put that next to the laptop speaker, it should amplify it. Because I can't hear, and I can see on the form, there are things being said there that's not written down in this form.
Indeed, my lord. I'm not sure where the gentleman is that assists us with this, but I'm going to ask one of our investigators to help.
It's 12 minutes to 1. I'm going to take the lunch and adjournment now till 1:30. It's 12 minutes to 1. I'm going to take the lunch and adjournment till 1:30. You sort out your problems. I would have thought, and I don't know what was said, because I can't hear, but I can see a discussion taking place. I would have thought the state would have prepared a transcript at some stage.
Lord, if I may, The witness is present. He will be able to tell us what that was, the conversation.
So what? The purpose of the video is so that I can see and hear what happened. I don't need for somebody to tell me what's being said. If you tell me the audio is clear on a laptop,
We will attend to it, my lord.
everybody knew, or at least the state knew, that we were going to do this today. But you come unprepared. It's unacceptable.
My apologies, my lord.
Court adjourned till 1:30.
including